Okay. I think that is all. Let's get this thing rolling then. Let's close this. Okay, let me figure out exactly all of the chats, because I'm double streaming now. My channel. Okay. There you go. Should have both chats visible. Actually, I'm not sure. Okay, there you go. This should work. Okay. And let's pause here, pause there. And let's get rid of this overlay. Hello! Oh man, I should have done it. Okay, give me 30 seconds more. Okay, here we are. Alright, hello, good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon, or good night, wherever you are around the world. This piece has been so long in the making, and maybe, I'm still not sure, but today, the goal is that today is gonna be the last day. We'll finish it off. Alright, and as soon as it's done, I will turn it into a playmat. Which, by the way, I don't know if you can see, but there's playmats in the back there. I recently opened an Etsy shop, and I put a couple of listings there. Alright, so, aside from the background, which needs more work, there's some more stuff that needs detailing. Some characters. Let's see. We've got Zuko here. There he is. Okay, Zuko needs some work. First of all, there needs to be some light coming from these balls of fire. Sweet balls of fire. Or great balls of fire. This song. Okay. Since he is in the foreground, he's one of the main characters here. He needs more detail work than some other characters in the background. And that includes lighting, obviously. Better lighting than some of the other people here. Okay, that's interesting. The hands are on the same layer. Well, we'll just have to maneuver around them. Not a big deal. We'll see how long this stream will be, because at this point I've got the sun behind me and it's not all that my work isn't that visible, but it should get better as time goes on. Yeah, let's add some more reddish highlights here. I don't want too much red. And there will be some creases and whatnot. But overall, it's gonna be pretty easy. Hello, Nicholas from YouTube. How's it going? How am I supposed to open both streams at the same time? Let's check. Okay, I should close it on Twitch here. Close both tabs. have it open on Stream Labs. There you go. Okay, that should work. How's it going, Nicholas? Sunday, so hopefully everybody is staying at home, relaxing. Oh, it's the 20th as well, so it means that even though it doesn't seem like it, it is the holiday season, and it's you know, close to Christmas. Personally, I don't think I will have a Christmas gathering or party or anything like that, simply because, well, I don't know, travel restrictions don't permit it. That's sad, but what you gonna do? Maybe I'll organize something on Zoom or another platform like that. I wonder how people are organizing their holidays this year. Okay, so let's add some highlights from other fires going on in the background. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be adding more highlights. All over the place. Don't speak English. What language do you speak? What's your... Where are you from? I think I will make this a bit more foreshortened. That means that I can change Natsu a little bit here. Natsu Dragneel from Fairy Tale. Brazil. Ah, okay. I don't know Portuguese. So I can. Aside from obrigado, I don't know anything. And I think that's it, yes. Whoops. There you go. So there will be lighting, you know, rim lighting from the left as well here. Let's do a little bit of that. Due to this other fire, can light this a bit more. That's a bit too big. Anyway. Also, here Zuko doesn't look like himself. He looks a bit more like Aang or somebody else. So Zuko is from Aang, the Last Airbender, and the Last Airbender. He's got a longer chin, longer face overall. Be a bit angrier. because this is season 1 Zuko. That looks a bit more like him. Of course, it doesn't have to be perfect. Things can be perfected. I tend to work on the details more offline, just because it's, you know, you can concentrate more and be more, yeah, focus on the art instead of talking. There you go. Google Translator. Oh, wow. Well, if you understand me, that's the important part. Because I can, you know, I speak Italian, so I understand most of Spanish, but Portuguese, I mean, I guess I could infer and try to piece together. But obviously it's not the same. And yeah, I can't say I speak Portuguese. No. How did you find this stream? Did you just look at art streams on YouTube? Wait, if you are using Google Translator, then you probably don't understand me. Got weird shoulder pads here. Go over and out. Okay, let's look at another image here. Ah, okay, I have one. Good. Okay. Love the artistic work. I'm currently creating a game. Love the content on. Oh, well, thank you so much. It's been a long time since I've worked on games. But I have recycled myself, you could say. I found a different way of working. Not really a different way to make money, because I still don't. But that's the hope, that I can, by making concept art and fan art, mainly fan art, I can create a portfolio and grab the attention of studios, get some work. Let's move on to something else. 72 out of 5,000 resultados de Trado. All wanted to know more English so I could talk better with you about art. Interesting. I didn't translate everything. But yeah, anything you have about art, any ideas, any questions, you can ask me. I mean, we're live, so I have time. And also, if anybody's watching on Twitch, the same goes for you. I've got both chats open. Anything you're interested in, go ahead. Oh, yes, yes. Unfortunately, the artistic world is really little valued. Well, it's interesting because there aren't too many places that need artists. Or, well, that's not true. There's a lot of artists, way more than there are places to work. But if you're good, if you are good enough quality, you can find work. It's interesting how it's meritocratic to a certain extent, because if you're bad at drawing, it doesn't matter. Like nothing else matters at that point. You need to be a good artist, and then if you're good enough, then you'll find work. And I don't know if I am good enough or not, but that's the goal. I'm getting better at digital art, and also depends on what sort of style you're going for. So for pixel art, I worked on pixel art, but I don't know, that work dried up. I couldn't find much of it. Lately. Okay, let's move on to somebody else here. I know that, yeah, there's this Princess Flame Princess that has no detailing. I don't know exactly what's the best way to go about drawing her. Thank you. So I think the way it works is if you're good enough at art, you will find work, but you still need to put up the portfolio to people that need the work that you can make, that you can provide. So you need to let them know that you exist. And maybe after I'm done with this one, I will start doing more promotional stuff and look more actively at different art positions. Okay, so here. Because I looked, for example, for work in the comic book sector, and I did my portfolio, 8 sequential pages of story, and that wasn't good enough. I mean, I applied to different jobs, but that didn't go anywhere. Also, it could be, in that case, I could have been good enough, but it was the beginning of the pandemic, and the different comic book art companies weren't asking for more artists. They were cutting people and their job positions. We all have a lot of room to improve, and this is important if you are already very good at what you do. Yes, whatever you do, there's still a lot of room to improve, usually. I mean, you can only say that there's no room to improve if you are perfect, which is impossible. Or even if you are the best in the world, there's still room to improve. Okay, let me Google Flame Princess, because I think there is a tiny bit of detail, maybe on her forehead. Yeah, there is this little jewel. Yeah. Pretty simple thing, but also, since you're here and if you like my art, I have just made a Etsy shop, an online store. And at this point there isn't a lot on there, just 2 pieces of art that I've turned into playmats, for trading card games. If you're interested, there you can go to etsy.com/talkarts or .shop. No, etsy.com/shop/talkarts. And this will be there as well once it's finished. Also, it's really hot here. Interesting, she has an outline. See, this is the problem with pieces of art like this, where there are so many different characters with different art styles. You have to pick a style for all of them so that everything looks cohesive. So for the Flame Princess, I need to add a little bit of detail, because even though she has no detail in the cartoon, in the Adventure Time cartoon, everybody else has a different design, has more details in their design. So I have to do something to her. I could give her, for example, her crown. That's already a bit of detail, so let's do that. Or tiara. Oh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Nice. So you know Burstinatrix, the elemental hero. Fire elemental hero. There she is. Yeah, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh! In real life, then you may want to play playmat. Okay, so something like this. Tiara, and there's a jewel here. And we can make it reflective. Make this reflective too. Oh, whoops. And even though she is in the background, we need a tiny bit more detail. Brazil, the cards are usually very expensive. Ah. They are expensive everywhere, though, I think. It's just the playable cards are always expensive. In these sorts of games where there are rarities, sometimes the rarities are artificially made so that the good cards are scarce and there aren't too many of them in circulation. So that's why the cards become expensive. At least the playable cards. I don't know what else to do with her, because there really isn't a lot to be done. Can add a little bit of a shadow here. But aside from that, we could just leave her. Maybe you could have some highlights here. She's a very cartoony character. far as the fire flower goes, actually, before I go and draw the fire flower, let's add a few more highlights here to the dress. Nothing too crazy. That's fine, I think. Second, where is the light? Okay, there's going to be some lighting coming from here. Okay. From Ghost Rider. Okay, some more highlights here. I'm just showing that the light from the motorcycle, the flaming wheels, comes from below. Oh man, should have drawn all of this on one layer, but anyway. And same goes with the fire flower. Fire flower will have some lighting from below. Obviously the fire flower is from Mario, Super Mario Brothers. Ah, too much blending, that's what's going on here. There you go, something like that. Okay. Few more lighting decisions here. Also, I think YouTube thinks that I'm asleep, yes. Already. It hasn't been even half an hour. The game I'm creating is a fighting game in pixel art, but even though it is not a complex game, it is very difficult to do everything yourself. Yes, that is true. It is incredibly difficult. There's just too much work to go around. Also, the pixel art for fighting games is usually very complex. You know, if you have big, bulky characters like Street Fighter 2, for example, that sort of style, that is a lot of work to do those animations. Yeah, you should. I mean, I don't know how much money you have, or if this is just a passion project that you want to do yourself, but you would want at least one person, you know, doing the art and one doing the programming, but I don't know. Some people are able to create games by themselves. Admire that a lot. Like Lucas Pope, for example. He made, in 2014, Papers, Please, all by himself. And even though, you know, there's not much art in that game, he did everything, well, except for the music. He did everything except for the music. And then Return of the Obra Dinn, another one of his games, a more recent one, also was done entirely by him. I don't know about the music there. Maybe somebody helped him with the music, but that game is 3D, and doing a 3D game by yourself is even more work, at least from the point of view of art. He managed it, and I really admire the guy. Alright, so there she is. Then I want to add more detail on the flames of Ragnaros and add a hammer to him. Because if I remember correctly, Ragnaros from Warcraft has a hammer. Okay, let me Google Ragnaros. Yeah, I see the hammer. There you go, okay. First, the fire. So for the fire, it's pretty easy stuff. You just bring down the density to like this. Just add, keep doing stuff like this. Could do it with a little bit more density. We could go for more reddish flames. Even though this is in the background, it's fine. I counted these characters recently, and we've got between 31 and 33, depending on how you count them. Crazy. That's why it's taking so long, this piece. Alright, that's pretty decent, I think. Could add a little bit of a hole in there, some few holes. There you go, and same goes here. Actually, we could add some highlights there as well. Okay. My characters are 64 by 64 pixels, but some are larger. Yeah, that's pretty small for a fighting game. That's not true. I mean, it depends what style you're using. Actually, if you're doing everything by yourself, 64 by 64 is pretty large. 25 characters in total, and what, like 10 different animations at least. Probably like 20, actually. It's gonna take forever. It's going to take years. So why this? Ah, okay, I see why it's not working, because there's the bird front. Thinking of a story for each one and finish the art. You're finishing the art, really? The animations? Awesome. Mad props, as they say. Kudos. Let's have a little hole in there too. Characters. Okay, so as for the huge hammer, there it is. Okay. By the way, if I'm not replying right away, it's because I'm alt-tabbing and looking at different things while I draw. So for example, now I'm looking at an image of Ragnaros holding his hammer. So it's going to be I'm thinking I don't want to show much of his hand. Maybe his hand could be here. Like have a little bit of it there, and a little bit of it there. And the hammer can just be behind Chandra. Yeah. This is the background after all. What sort of lighting can there be? Maybe some like few lines here. That's already enough, I think. And potentially this could be even darker. It can be pushed further away. Simply because, you know, look at how bright this would be compared to Chandra in front and compared to Yamamoto from Bleach in front. And yeah, we could have this hammer go here and just have a few spikes maybe. Or just ignore where it ends. Yeah, let's just ignore where it ends. The hammer itself will have some red glow. Some detail. Yeah, you won't be able to see him. Or it. By the way, can I see a progress, some progress on your game? Where can I find it? Do you have a dev blog, development blog, or maybe social media for the game? You can post it in chat. The scenery, My fear is that I will never be able to finish. The scenery for me will be the hardest part for sure. Do you use a graphics tablet? Yes, I do. I have this Wacom tablet. It's really helpful. Although for pixel art it's not as necessary. Like when I worked on pixel art, I just drew with my mouse. So you don't need the drawing tablet for pixel art. Although for scenery I see it being more useful if you're like doing big strokes, but it's still not necessary. Yeah, you know what? I changed my mind. Let's give this exactly the same colors as the other hand. There you go. Okay. Okay. So Ragnaros is finished. The Flaming Princess is kind of... the sun is still up. Ah, I know. I know what to do with Moltres here. Got Moltres and fire. Let's add another layer. Where is it adding them? Okay, good. What we can do here is do the same thing that we did to the fire in Ragnaros's case. Just create... maybe it should be here actually. Yeah. Smoothen out the fire. Because that's the style we're going for at this point. It doesn't need to be smoothened out too much, but it does help. Very cool. Your art has several points of light. A lot, yes. Because of all of this fire going all over the place, light is coming from many directions. And I'm treating it, though, as local lighting. Because otherwise it's going to be super crazy. Like if you take account of this lighting, this lighting, this lighting, this is all over the place, it's going to be too much. But... for Dragneel here, for Natsu, he has maybe one general lighting from here. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some lighting coming from there, so I'll just put enough so that it's believable, but it doesn't have to be super realistic, because at that point there will be too many points of light, and it could look like omnidirectional lighting, which is not at all the style that I'm going for. I'm just trying to juggle all of these points of light, and at the end of the day I'm just looking at how it looks, and even if it's not entirely realistic, if it looks good, that's more important. Looks convincing. So I'm thinking maybe we could have some lighter shades in there. Do we need them? No, actually, I don't think we need them. This is probably fine, because this is in the background. Like, I don't need too many details in the background. And also, there is some sort of charm to brush strokes. Like, I don't want to get rid of brush strokes entirely, because the whole point of this is that it's done with a brush, and this is sort of my art style, where you can pretend that it's real art, right? Physical medium. This is supposed to be from down here. We could have a bit of a flexion. Not too crazy. You know, it's interesting. I never actually learned in... So I did the Academy of Arts, but in there, we never drew anything with 2 points of light. Well, maybe we did in like, still lifes, but that was an accident more than done on purpose, because maybe the light was coming from two windows at the same time. Or maybe like it was coming direct from one window and reflected from another window. Something like this. So it was never intentional. But it's the same theory as when there is just one point of light. Oh, by the way, Todoroki needs some detailing. Yeah, okay. This, I think, is the last guy who needs some detail work. These point lights give it a beautiful 3D effect, right? Yeah. I think it's going to look pretty awesome. I mean, some things need work, but what are you gonna do? Okay, let's put in... What's his name? Todoroki, but that doesn't... Shoto Todoroki? No, that's the wrong one. I don't remember the name of this character from My Hero Academia. Fire? Endeavor, I think it's called. Or Endeavor. Just write a bunch of versions. And Endeavor. Endeavor, except spelled slightly differently, right? Or no? Anyway. I think this might be the worst drawn character out of all of them here. Do you recognize these characters? There's a lot of them. Right, so this thing will look like this. There will be some lighting on the others. I mean, I don't know what to call this specifically, but some sort of thing here. Right, so the hand will be here. Don't know how much. Actually, no, it's gonna be here. Be looking more forward. The glove is dark, except for this part in front. So yeah, the hand is gonna be here. See if there's some lighting coming from somewhere. Not a lot. Could be some rim lighting here. And at that point, this could be darker. Doesn't look that great, but you know, we'll keep finicking with it till it does. Actually, probably the better way of doing this is just one blob of color. As for the other arm, we could potentially even get rid of it, because this makes no sense. This arm was put up when Todoroki was in a different position, like was in a different place in the composition. That's why he doesn't look that interesting, because he's just standing there and used to be more in the background. But anyway, that's sometimes what happens when you move things around. Also, he's very wide. He's not that wide in the show. I think we can fix it by simply just doing that. Okay, and that means where would this hand be? I don't know. First of all, this arm is already not so well positioned. Probably be closer. There. Yeah, there are a few things to change. I mean, I guess you could have his other arm be more in that position, so we can like have his arm more out and then fold into itself like this. Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, let's turn this smaller again. Yeah, okay. The reason I'm having problems with the design is because haven't seen the show ever, so I don't know what these characters look like beside, you know, what I'm seeing. Same with multiple characters, actually. Like Escanor will probably need a little bit of a redesign. Oh, actually. Okay. The more I look, the more discrepancies I find. And devour. Something like endeavor, actually. Is this work an order? No. No, it's just because I couldn't find any job. So I'm just making a name for myself. This is you know, I'm going to make a playmat out of this, so it is some sort of work, but it's not an order, no. Okay. The hand is a bit bigger then. And it starts here, goes. I guess it could be there. Don't see why not. You know what? I think I will merge these two layers. Just for simplicity's sake. Yeah. Now we can have some reflected lighting on Escanor or on Todoroki itself. Do you recognize all of these characters, by the way? There are a lot. Well, if you have something that I need to... I mean, I do custom work, yes. Do you have an offer? Man, this sun is really bugging me. Because I would love you to help the help of talented artists like you. Well, you can write to me. We can talk about it offline. I don't know right now how much I would charge. like there are a lot of things that need to be taken into account. I can't just speculate. It depends on the size of the pixel art. But anyway, let's not discuss it on air. It's not fair to people watching either. Just write to me here. Okay. As soon as the sun goes away, I will see if I've done a good job or not with these characters, because I really don't see anything in the reflections here. Now, one thing I know I can work on is the background here. So I've added some, you know, rivers of lava in the background. Which layers, by the way? This layer here. So I'll draw on this layer here. And we can just add a few rivers of lava. Which could be rivers or could be just cracks in the earth. It doesn't really matter. Just want the land to show that it's also on fire. And we will have some volcanic activity like in the back too. Few more of these, like really in the back. Really hard to see, but it's fine. Should be fine. And another thing I want, so if this is going to be the background, on the foreground I want some like dead bushes and wooden like dead trees in the front. Actually, what I really want is to have, what's his name? I don't remember. The fire from Hal's Moving Castle be on a log, but that's gonna be hard to do. What we can do though is add another layer here, and add some branches. Dead branches here, you know, that are going to be, maybe there can be one here, and this little guy could be on top. Nah, I don't like it actually. Get rid of all of this, and there could be some just regular. Just over there, something like this, just to fill in a few of the dead spaces. They burned the whole scene in a great battle. Yeah. Let's see here. I don't know. Maybe that's not necessary. Yeah, let's leave it for later. Okay, let's go back to Zuko then. I know that there is some more work to be done on him. So there is some lighting here. Needs to be expanded upon. Where is Zuko? There he is. I need an image of him with his boots. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. The boots aren't exactly this color, but it's fine. And he's got like these boots that curl upwards. Oh, maybe not like that, but like this. This is a bit too red, but see if we can salvage this. Or we could alternatively just color correct it on Photoshop. That's also a possibility. Because it's not, well, lighting does change the color of things, so maybe it's fine. Okay. What's going on with the music? Hmm. Okay, here. It's back. Alright. There actually is a bit more here to be done with, for example, Roy Mustang. There is some lighting, for example, here, that needs to be addressed. Probably on this layer, actually. Mm-hmm. Now, on the other side, actually, it's darker. Could have a bit more lighting here. The other side, I think here is going to be lighter and yellower. And as for the, I think this color game is amazing. Gives life to drawing. Thank you. So let's Google Roy Mustang and see what boots he wears. If I can find an image where the feet are visible. Okay, there you go. It's pretty easy. Maybe there can be some like red from here. Now feet and hands are obviously the hardest part to draw, but I think I can... Actually, I don't like the red. It shouldn't be too hard to imply the right shape of this boot. Let's see, is there any... Alright, there is a bit more lighting here. I'm just gonna have some of it there. Maybe like... Okay, okay. It's all pretty hard, but just by knowing the shape of all of the objects, you should be able to figure out how they are lit up. Right, as I say this, it's not perfect. I need another light source from the back. There is a little bit there. I'm just gonna pretend that there is something. I'm gonna make it redder. I'm just gonna invent a light source. There. Anyway, let's add some highlights here to the gloves. Okay. Now this looks fine, actually. Could be some rim light here from Scorpion. That's the right name, right? Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. Doesn't look like every version of Scorpion, but looks like some. Yeah, and this guy's head is a bit weird. Not the best. I think it needs... Where's his face? Oh, there it is. Okay. Needs a darker upper lip. This guy is called Roy Mustang from Full Metal Alchemist. And you know, maybe... let me just put him up. There he is. This is the guy. Pretty standard looking anime character. Except here where he's got a small head for some reason. But not always. So here he looks better. Look at this. It's always a bit hard drawing anime characters in a more realistic style. It never works out because they... in order to look like themselves, they don't have any, you know, creases and facial features. It's all very flat. It's always so hard. I don't know why. That's probably as close as it'll get. Yeah, it's gonna... It looks fine. Actually, you know what I can do? I can make his nose very thin, like anime characters. Then it'll look a bit more like himself. Like Michael Jackson. Something. There you go. Okay, next. Let's see. Yeah, let's work on Birdramon. Shouldn't be too much work. Actually, never mind. Birdramon looks fine. Ah, I know. There's some work to be done here. With Mohammed from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So, let's fix this guy here. There's the flame. Needs to be a bit different. Just gonna add like that. Maybe a bit more. What's this? Ah, that's part of Quelag that needs to be erased. Okay, Quelag is one that needs quite a bit of work actually, so that's my next target. That probably looks fine. A bit more lighting here. Maybe too much. All right, so Quelag. There she is. There is she. Oh. I don't like this nonsense. We can have some more flames here in the back. It's okay. Not a problem. But they need to look like flames, so let's do it. Also, since they are in the background, they're not gonna be too bright. This is about as bright as they'll go. But these flames will make some reflections on where is he? Mohammed. There you go. There he is. I think that's his name. I actually haven't seen Jojo, so I haven't seen most of these shows that these characters are from. So I hope I'm doing a good job representing them each show. Oh, by the way, it should be on that layer, of course. Okay. Didn't watch this anime, but I thought it was his character because of the clothes. I'm going out because I'm a little hungry. No problem. If you're still doing live when I get back, I'll love to keep following your work and talking to you. No problem. See you around. Okay, good. A few more highlights here in the back. That's fun. Quelag. Going back to Quelag. I need to add a bit more detail to her here. Now I have to Google Quillag because I don't remember. Though her design is like any Dark Soul boss, too far, you know, too exaggerated. It has a bunch of different unnecessary joints, unnecessary details. It's just all over the place. So we'll just do something similar. Ignore anatomy and just do a bunch of these things. Make it a hairy leg. It goes all over the place. Have some highlights. For the most part, it's gonna be a mess. There are other legs here in the background, and we will add another one here simply to show Dalsim further forward. So there's gonna be another leg over here. There. Probably too light, yeah, kind of. Not necessarily. Actually pretty alright. Some red over there. Still waiting for the sun to go down to actually get to see this piece. It's really unfortunate how when the sun shines from the back, I really don't know what I'm doing for the most part. Like in the mornings, I can see fine, and after maybe 4 p.m. I can see fine, but now it's like 3:37 and the sun is right here. We could make Quillag herself look a bit more like herself. And that looks fine, honestly. Have a lighter skin, maybe. Where would the light come from? Actually, yeah, the light will probably come from Dalsim, the front, so maybe this could be more lit up. Bottom of the face too, maybe. Oh, look, it doesn't look too bad, honestly. Be like a tiny bit of red lighting here. As for the hair, let's have a few strands outside, and maybe we can have some sort of lighting to here. Not too much, but a little bit of like highlights here. The top there. Now, the thing is that she's got a huge sword from the Balrog in the back, so maybe there can be some rim lighting from that. Right? There it is. Could have like a little bit.
Abbonati a YouTube Music Premium e ottieni un mese gratuito.
Yeah, thing there. Yeah, I think most of the highlights are going to be from behind. She's mostly going to be rim lit by her own fire and by this Balrog blade. So there she goes. This doesn't quite work. Should end there. All of this is going to be rim lit, looks like. Yeah. Bunch of these things. Doesn't look too bad here in the background. It's a bit thinner in real. I say in real life, but in like in the references, obviously. That's what I mean. Okay. Let me check on Quelaag here. Okay. What's this? It's unnecessary. Get rid of it. The line goes up there. Again with the lighting. Lighting is going to be from the back. Too light, but like it's could be maybe like this shade. Okay, rim lighting. Some more. 1, 2, 3. As for the body of this beast, it also is rim lit occasionally. There's so many different details that don't make no sense. Let me find a different image of Quelaag. What's that? Alright, so she is sitting on some sort of weird like 2B thing. Fleshy 2B. And there are these antennas that are going all over the place. One there. There's that one in front. Okay, okay, okay. She's got a longer nose. I think that's that big of a deal. Oh, she could have some like lighting from the bottom. Okay, it's 3:46. I'm gonna take a little break, 5 minutes break, and I'll be back. When did I start, by the way? How long have I been drawing? Not a lot. Oh, okay, almost 2 hours. Okay, 5 minute break, and I'll be back. I need to go to the bathroom. And by then the sun should have set, and I'll get to see what I've done better. I need one more thing here. Where is Roy Mustang's lair? Save. And let's do this. Alright, 5 minutes. Okay. I am back. That's even less than 5 minutes. Okay. The sun is still here. Oh, Okay. What is going on here? Okay, Quelag is there. There's a background happening. Zuko is looking a bit more appropriate. Go to this thing, Zuko. I think his knee isn't really working, but let's fix that. Alright, then there's gonna be some lighting coming from Calcifer. Calcifer is his name. And it will be, yes, here. Oh wait, I'm still in the wrong layer. Not so, there you go. There you are, not so. Okay. Let's blend this a bit more. Add some here. Could even add a bit of lighting here. Tiny bit. Yeah, that should be enough. Next. And again, I am on the wrong layer. Oh, why am I on the wrong layer? Why am I here? Going back to Zuko, the face is still not the best. Still have him opened there, so let's check on the face. Yeah, it looks pretty whatever. Nothing special. I think the shape is good the way it is. Let me just do a few little tweaks. Mostly to the lighting, I think. This works. I think we could make this look a bit more threatening, right? Reddish. tint to at least the inner part of his burnt eye and face. You know, this could be darker. Now, this part here is, you know, without a eyebrow, but still doesn't mean it shouldn't be lit up the same way. There's the thing. Even employed redder shades there too. Some of those shades here. And again, here I think. Yeah, I think that this color could be just altogether different from the lighting on the face. And then we can have some highlights of like some yellow in the back. Some of these colors back. On top. I mean, there is so much fire all over the place that it doesn't really matter. I can just pretend that there is some lighting where maybe there isn't necessarily, but might as well be. I mean, this could come from back there, I don't know. Looks pretty decent. I'm gonna have some darker shades here for the eyebrow without the eyebrow. I don't know what to call it, but like the brow. And we could even like have something like this, showing that there was an eyebrow. Maybe a bit too harsh color. Can use like a bit of that. And as for the nose, the top of the nose, could go for like a highlight. Does that even work? Maybe that's too far.
Caro Babbo Natale, spero che avrai il tempo di portare a tutti un piccolo regalo.
Okay. Sorry about this. Okay, more music. Finally, the sun has moved past the screen, so I can see what's going on better. I didn't do too bad of a job here with Zuko. I think that oh, the hand is a bit weird. Okay, so I know what I will do. First of all, this should be darker to signify the turn of torso away from the light source. Yeah. So we can have some lighting there and here, but it will be darker around here. Probably this is going to be darker too. Yeah, at this point there's a lot of just tweaking and smaller details to be drawn. Nothing really special. Okay, so here the shape is a bit off. Should be like smaller, I think. Oh, interesting. This is just almost the same color as the JoJo character. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. This darker. And we could make this lighter. Same here. Yeah, there's just a lot of color tweaking to be done. Nothing really that interesting. Maybe I'll continue offline, but that's a shame. So I don't stream that often, at least not on YouTube. Well, I did my job to, my job was to let people know that this is going to be a playmat. So all sorts of trading card game players, if you're watching, even if you're watching a recording, unless you're like very, very, very far in the future, I've got playmats on my Etsy shop, which is at I think I'll put it in the description of this video, or like as a comment or something, probably both. And yeah, we'll get to get this as a digital version, maybe even prints, but playmat as well. Since Zuko is right here in the front beside Chandra, he needs to be very well drawn. So we're gonna smooth out all of these thingies. Get rid of a bunch of these imperfections, like just overall make him look more presentable. He does have an ear though, right? Here. I'm getting a bit unsure about this, but I think he does have a regular ear. There. What about the eyes? The eyes look fine, I think. I think that there's much to be changed. Let's get rid of the blending. Yeah. Just look alright. This could be highlighted as well. You know, one of the things that helps out is to switch the canvas and look at a thing from a different perspective. And now it's all off. The shape of his head is off. Everything is off. Doesn't look really good at all. Natsu looks fine, but Zuko looks pretty misshapen. I should have done it earlier, but it's not too bad. Like, I can shave a bit of his head from the back, add a bit in the front, and maybe like do some color adjustments here. Still think it needs to be shaved a bit. How about the color? Let's say that the color casts a shadow. Okay, finally I see clearly what's going on here. Hello again, Nicholas. I've switched the position of everybody. No, I'm just... Sometimes you need to take a step back and look at the drawing from a different angle. So that's what I'm doing. This is going to be darker. This is going to be lighter, just based on how the shape of the armor looks. Said to invert the image. Yes. Just, flip. Horizontal. Because after a while, you don't see the flaws. And if you flip everything, you see it like, you're looking back at it after a while. With fresh eyes, so to speak. Right? Let me just name all of these characters for you. See if you remember all of them. Oh yeah, actually, this needs some work. Anyway, okay, Nine-Tailed Fox from Naruto. Johnny Storm, also known as what's it called? This result, like a week of work every day, maybe a bit more. Yeah, a bit more. I don't know how many hours though. I'm not the fastest at drawing, especially. I mean, there's so many details that I don't know. It will be a lot of work for anybody. Okay, I don't like that he's got really thick hands. He isn't built like a wrestler in the show. He's got thinner arms and things. He's a teenager, after all. I don't know if you've seen The Last Airbender, the cartoon. Zuko is, I don't know, 14 years old? Something like that? 15? I feel like in season 1 he's really very young. What the hell is this? Oh, nothing. No, I'm not gonna animate this image. You're crazy. It is, yeah, it's for a playmat. I have worked in animation. I have done animations. I'm sure if you've seen some of my videos here, you know. But no, I'm not gonna do animation for this. Now I can finally see clearly, now that the sun is setting. For the next couple of hours, I think I will stream much more effectively. Okay. Any light from the back? No, but we can do some reflection from the ground. Oop. How do you animate your characters? How many do you have? How many have you animated? I think actually this leg has to go further back. Haven't animated any. Okay, okay. Well, if it's fighting game, there will be many animations. And also very specific ones, like... It's interesting, I haven't worked on fighting games myself, but I'm imagining that it's important to know exactly how many frames each animation takes. Or at least how much time. Maybe frames are not as important. But you need to know, like, okay, this animation is 0.2 seconds. This one is 0.25 seconds. Because, you know, this one beats that one, all that. But you know, if I were to make animations and help you out with the art, that's gonna be a long-term commitment, like at least 6 months, I'm thinking. So that's usually how much effort goes into these games. I mean, it depends, obviously. I don't know for sure. Anyway. Because they are very different characters, I'm a little afraid when it comes time to animate. Well, they need to follow the same logic, and that's about it. And if you can make... I mean, I don't know. You need to know very well what you're doing before you animate, I feel. You need to know all of the different attacks and how much damage they do, how long they are, how long they last, the recoil, I don't know, all those things. And then at that point you can animate, because otherwise you can make a mistake, something isn't balanced, and then you need to redraw it. Where is Ghost Rider? There he is. Okay, so Ghost Rider. Let's draw on this layer. No, never mind. Let's draw on this layer. I want to do a little thing here. Let's think about this. There's gonna be some sort of darkening of all of this the further it goes. Maybe? Does that make sense? Try to keep the maximum balance when making your special skills, but I will only know when I am ready to test. Of course, yes. You know what? I think a good thing to do would be placeholder animations. Like really, without any details. Just to have them so that at least you can implement them and test the mechanics of the fighting game, and then it will be easier to fix something at that stage before drawing the final version of the art. Fine. Add a little bit there. Interesting. Look at this. We're just plainly missing some the inside of the wheel here. Huh. I mean, all of this is, you know, turning really, really fast, so the idea is that you don't see spinning parts. But there it is. And like the middle will be unmoving. Immobile. But what really worries me is the scenery, because I have no experience in creating landscapes, much less to animate them. Scenery is much easier, I'm telling you. It's way, way easier. At least for me, it's like piece of cake. Because, first of all, it doesn't, like, there is no anatomy. So if you are slightly off on, like, the shape of a branch, who cares? But if you're slightly off on the shape of a nose, or an arm, or anything, a head, it's pretty, you know, serious. I mean, you need some knowledge of how trees and rocks and how those things look, but it's nowhere near as important as having the facial structure correct, good drawing characters. As far as architecture goes, yes, you need to follow like lines of perspective, but architecture pretty easy as well, in my opinion. You just copy from existing architecture. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel. You just take elements from existing buildings, just put them in perspective. You could, I mean, if you know how to do 3D modeling, you could even make a 3D model. Yeah, the main part is the characters. That's, in my opinion, the most difficult part. Most, you know, one, because the characters need to be on model from frame to frame. Two, because the animations have a certain amount of frames and they need to look a certain way. The hitboxes need to work a certain way. You know, too many moving pieces, so it's easy to mess up. Backgrounds are whatever. There you go. Finally, the sun is gone down. By the way, is anybody message? Oh no, nobody is writing on Twitch. I have 2 chats open. So I'd like to make bigger characters so that they have more details, especially on the faces, but I know it would take even longer to finish. Yes. Yeah. I mean, there's really nothing to add there. Bigger the character, the more time it takes to animate and draw. And obviously, with frame-by-frame animation, you just compound the problem. Because, I mean, if it takes longer to draw one frame, like, okay, with the animations that I did, for example, for BAM and the Castle of Horror, right? One of the 2 BAM games that I worked on with Connor. I could do a simple walk cycle in 2 hours. 6 frames, many of them repeating. Oh, that's not true, actually. I could do it faster, but after a certain point. But they were small characters. Like, let's look at some characters. Let's take a little bit of a detour. Actually, I'm not gonna show you this. But if we go into... games... it's all on the external drive at this point. But if we go under, yeah, Mothership, then, for example... Where is every... Ah, okay, Connor, okay, never mind. It's not here. Alright. Well, never mind then. Yeah, I did many animations with characters about 32 pixels height. Each image could take like 15 minutes, which means that if you have animations of like 20 frames, then 15 minutes times 20 frames, you get 300 minutes. That's however many hours, 5 hours. 5 hours of work to do one animation. If you've got 20 characters and they're bigger, you know, this all of this scales. I mean, it's doable, but you're gonna be drawing those animations for a while. Actually, I have something here. If we go here, sorry. Into pixel art, digital art, pixel art, animations. Alright, so I did this for a different game. This has, you know, this is a bigger character. Right? There are like 4 animations here. Slash, dodge, dodge. Yeah, 3 animations. Slash, jump, and duck. Each one would take me 8 hours. A full day of work. And by 8 hours, I mean 8 hours. Would there be any way for me to send you pictures of my characters? Yeah, well, you can send me pictures on the email. On the email. Let me show you some other animations that I did with the same game. This one. So this is a much bigger character. And this idle animation has, what, 27 frames, I think. It took me a week to do. 5 days. So, you know, obviously it's pretty big. But do you really want... I mean, you can count the number of pixels and the number of frames that you need in the game and get an estimate of how many people you need working on that game. This animation took, what? I don't remember exactly, what, 2 days of work? Like 16 hours. I don't remember how much this took. This was pretty easy because most of this animation was already done. I just added the pages flying, you know, the actual attack movements. Okay, let's get rid of this. Right, here we are. So I don't like the way this guy looks. Heatman. He's too shiny, and yet still doesn't look metally. Let's try and fix this guy. We could start adding more shine to this guy. Just make him darker overall. Could be a solution. Yeah, I think that's not too bad, actually. Because he is a bit further back, so maybe not that big of a problem. Yeah, we could... That was a pretty interesting project I worked on. I was hired as an animator, specifically, which wasn't something I've ever done specifically. Like, I have done animations before then, obviously, but I never considered myself an animator. It was pretty fun, I have to say. I was hired just for a little period because they were reaching deadlines and needed to, I don't know, have all of the animations ready for the beta launch. But then the pandemic hit and everything went, let's just say. Everything was delayed. But I think the game, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the game at this point is on the App Store. It's called Sakura, no wait, it's called Duel at Sakura. It's sort of a fighting game, I guess. More of an... well, it's a mobile fighting game, so... not exactly one of your traditional fighting games in terms of gameplay. So this guy is a lighter. That's why I added this little flame in his mouth, but I don't know. Like, it doesn't... I've never seen Heatman with a flame coming out of his face. So maybe I can get rid of it. And it was just an experiment. Yeah. Get rid of this. We could have his head end earlier, and I believe he has like some red body here in the bottom, so we can draw some of it. Even though I'm not sure like what it looks like, but we can just pretend. He is among the most cartoony characters on here. Alright, so what can we do with this guy? I think for the most part this will be like a rounded shape, nothing crazy. Needs some more blending definitely to blend all of this. Make it look round. And we will just have occasionally some highlights that are gonna be more stark. Like this. I think that's the recipe to draw Heatman in this more realistic style. Okay, so this is gonna be lighter, I think. Haha, pun. It's gonna be darker. I'm just arbitrarily making this darker. Actually, let me look at some images of Heatman. What does he look like inside? Do we actually get to see him? No. There's just a head. Oh no, there is a bit of a red body inside, although that's fan art. Oh no, there we go. Look, this is Heatman in some sort of cartoon. I think it's the American Mega Man cartoon. Go for a darker shade here. I mean, laugh all you want, but all of the characters here are important. Even the joke ones. He's got some mechanical parts in his ear, too. He's one of the robot masters. Mega Man 2. Okay. Too much blending. There you go. Potentially even go darker. Alright. Still not quite sure about this. As for the eyes, we could make the eyes darker too. Okay. Could shave a little bit this face here. Got a smaller face than what I drew. Pretty good. Let's see if there are any messages here. Nope. Hey! There are some messages. Why aren't they showing up? They're only showing up in the... Huh. Interesting. Not showing up here, only on the thing. I can't read them. Too small. I can't tell what's going on. Your art is getting amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right. So it's got big fat fingers. There's some lighting here on the back. Rim lighting. For the most part, I think that's pretty much exactly how it should be. This is correct. Good. These are more gloves than hands. He's a robot master after all. You can scroll back up. I did post it in the chat. Nicholas. Also, I think your messages are showing up on the Twitch stream as well. It's interesting. I'll have to look back at the recording and see if that is what's happening or not. It's not that great. Yeah, let's make this darker. Don't like this. Let's make it really dark. It's probably for the best, yes. Same here. A little bit of a highlight. So now that the sun has gone down, I'll put up my lamp. By the way, people on Twitch, can you try typing something in chat? Just to see if it works. If I can see it or not, because I can't tell. Nobody has written anything in chat. on Twitch, only on YouTube. Just want to make sure that everything is working indeed, or not. Right, you sent me an email. Great, great. Yeah, I didn't see anybody writing in Twitch. Oh. There's really no way of telling if it's working or not. Oh well. Alright. This is a bit too yellow. White. Hey, Eunice. I logged in Twitch. Really? You're appearing on YouTube. So you actually, are you saying that you actually wrote a message in Twitch chat? Well, that's messed up. If that's the case, because I didn't read anything. Didn't see it. Strange. I'm YouTube. Okay. Really, really strange. Well, on YouTube I can read your messages, so it's working there. Oh, maybe Twitch has some problems now. Like a few days ago, YouTube was down. Maybe that's something that could be going on. Okay, we'll make this slightly lighter and then we'll move on to something else. Because he's looking decent. Like, it doesn't look perfect, but it looks like a lighter. It looks better than it did earlier. Which, by the way, we can just check and see how we're doing by... Give me a couple of seconds here. Right, let's save this. And then we will open file number 8, which was what I had when I started drawing today. Okay, well, you have it here. Well, first of all, let's put it where it was. I guess it has to be like 15. Okay. Up a bit. Actually, that's not exactly true because I drew the mountains yesterday. So I don't know what's up with that. Anyway, yeah. Zuko is looking better. Not perfect, but better. Definitely the head. This should be in shadows. Okay. Oh, man. Then what else has changed? This guy, Todoroki, still doesn't look that great, but at least he's not as fat as he was before. Quelag looks better, I think. Yeah. Heatman looks better, that's for sure. Absolutely. Ragnaros. What's better? I need a little bit more red here, I think, for Ragnaros. So what's next for this piece? I think Ragnaros, and then here with Todoroki and Escanor. They are a bit too dark, so I think what I'll do is I'll lighten up the fire here, and Escanor as well. I don't know, he's a bit strange, colored strangely. I'll look at these three. Okay. Let's keep going then. Did it work? I sent a message from Tales of Conquest. Yes, it worked. Yay! Twitch works. Okay, good. Well, at least we've got 2 chats. Now, rid of this. Okay. Yeah. Ragnaros first. Where is everyone? So glad I organized the layers. Would have been impossible otherwise to draw all of these characters. Okay. Just want a bit of a redder tint. Nothing too crazy, because he is in the background after all, but still, you know. Fire has to be fire colored, even in the background. That's probably close to enough. Okay. Next, these 2 guys. Ah, okay. Now I can see all of the problems with them. Yeah, they're just unfinished. All right, so where are they? Scorpion, Sabo, Natsu, Ghost Rider, Zuko, Calcifer. Okay, I think they're lower down. Genos. Like Todoroki. There he is. Let's fix Todoroki. First of all, let's look at him, because I have him up here somewhere. Zuko, Flame Princess, Ragnaros, and Devour. There he is. Okay. Top of the face. Just looks fat for some reason. I drew him fat. Not supposed to be. So we'll just add some more flames here. And probably cut down on the size of the beard. Just make him look more like himself. Alright, so the hair also doesn't look great. Hair is gonna be reddish at the bottom due to flames, obviously. And there's gonna be some lighting from the top from this guy. What's his name? His name is Fire Blast. Okay, so we are left with probably some lighting right here. Should make his head lighter. Oh man, with the puns. Not the head lighter, but the color lighter. got a pretty specific look to him. Let's try and copy it while having the correct lighting as well. So it's gonna be like... Ugh. Sorry. Sorry, man. Alright, so the lighting comes from below, so this part here is actually the one that's lit. Alright. Although there's probably lighting all over the place. Like, I don't know why I'm doing specifically lighting from below when he's quite clearly surrounded by fire. So he's got his like mustache of fire. Don't worry, he'll look better, I think. He's got eyes that shouldn't be there. This eye is too close to the other one. We'll move it. Here, 1 and 2. I guess not exactly here, but slightly further up. Come on. There you go. That looks fine. Slightly cross-eyed, but that also will be fixed in time. What color? Ah, he's got blue eyes. Okay, that's perfect. Zoom in a bit more. But this is super zoomed in, obviously, right? It's still important so that everything looks good. Right? Doesn't look too bad, actually. Okay. Got fire here, like a mask. I'm gonna like draw it like this. And obviously, you know, I'm not gonna follow the exact style of My Hero Academia because, you know, he needs to feel in place and not out of place in this collection of all these fire characters. So it's gonna be a compromise style. Okay, works. Got more like that's too light for the facial hair here. I think the eyes are still too close to each other. Could just make them shorter. But it's starting to look a lot better, I think. Alright, so here he is. He's got sort of like Vegeta hair, which is not the hairstyle of the character. They are spiky and pointing upwards, but not to that extent. They're not as tall. Right? And there's less fire in general here. As for the facial structure, I think I'm gonna, I'm gonna grab a darker shade just to contrast the face with the fire around. Could be a bit too dark, actually. We can go a little bit darker, though. There. The this could be the nose. There's not enough room to play with, like, really not much I can do. I can make this lighter, turn it into this orange, like blend it in together. Yeah, and I can do one more thing. I can take a lighter shade and just put it there. That's about as much realism as I can put in this character. Alright, so we've got that. The hair, it's gonna be like this or something. Okay. Any other messages? Okay, nothing. Okay, let me bring back him, Endeavor. There he is. As for the body shape, well, he is a big guy, but again, not quite a mastodon. So. He's still wearing his school uniform. I don't know. Should it be visible? I guess it should. It is part of the outfit. Get rid of that. Right, got this. Can go for a darker shade. Put it there. There you go. Now, obviously, you know, with this layer, things change, but just want to be able to see what I'm doing on this layer. Maybe his head is small. Never mind, no, it's fine. Right, so just got back muscles there, still showing. This is gonna be the edge of his body. A lot of like lighting from here, behind. The shoulder ends here. Triceps gonna be not nearly as huge. It's gonna be here. Bicep there. It's about right. It's gonna be darker. Okay. This also is gonna be darker. Simply due to all of these highlights. Something has to be darker to compensate. Very broadly, I think this is kind of how it's gonna look. Thankfully, you know, there's a whole other layer with fire, so that's good. Actually, I think the fire goes there, goes inwards. Yeah, it goes in. Goes orange also, and then spreads out to the right and the left, kind of like this. He is definitely a bigger guy, but it's still smaller than what I drew. Like, it's gonna be this. He's still probably like a teenager, right? He's in the academia. So I'm assuming he's like in high school, just a jock in high school. I don't know actually. I haven't seen My Hero Academia, so I don't know. Alright, that works. And then bicep is here. I'm lighting here. I guess you can see the tricep there. It's got very defined musculature, so that's good. What about this hand? Right, so first of all, this hand. Kind of small. So he's wearing gloves. Okay, so more or less will be like this. Highlights. And I hope there are some My Hero Academia fans here, and you know, that will appreciate this guy, because I don't know what I'm doing, obviously, and actually I've never seen My Hero Academia. I haven't seen Seven Sins, I haven't seen Ben 10, I haven't watched much of my, what's it called? Alchemist Brotherhood, and haven't seen JoJo. Or, I mean, I know Sailor Moon, I haven't watched it since the 90s, but this is mostly for the fans. Alright, see if there are anything. Hi, I can see you. Yes, Tales of Conquest. I can see your messages. Escanor, yeah. Escanor, yeah, now he does look bigger. Mainly because I made Todoroki smaller. That's fine. Escanor is just huge, but his head is pretty small, right? Compared to his body. So let's go Escanor. Images. He's completely over-sexualized. I mean, look at this. This is crazy. No human looks like this. So, yeah, you are correct. His head... I mean, it would be correct under normal proportions, but not... Yeah, let's grab Escanor's head and just shrink it. I think that's gonna be a good starting point. Maybe more editing will have to be done. Okay. Seems about right. Which, by the way, look. Forgot to change stuff here with Ghost Rider. I moved his head, his skull, and haven't changed this to accommodate it. It's been a while too. It's been like 3 or 4 days since I've done this. Fix it. You know what? I could even show a bit of... I mean, is he a skeleton? Is Ghost Rider completely a skeleton? Or does he just have a skeleton base? I don't know. You guys know? I'll just assume he's a skeleton. He's the Ghost Rider. So he's a ghost. He's dead. Right? Is that how it works? I actually don't know. I'm such a normie no idea about what I'm drawing. Let's look at... I mean, it doesn't make sense. Look at all of these muscles. He can't be a skeleton. Right? Let's Google. Ghost Rider. Ah, look at this. In the movie, he is a skeleton. What about in comics? Look at that. That's way more badass than what I drew. Yeah, look at that. He You really can't tell, can you? What about here? No. Really else. I mean, I want to be able to draw like that. There's nothing in here. What about Ghost Rider? What about if I ask? Does Ghost Rider have a neck? Have a body? I mean, like, technically he does. When Johnny Blaze finally lost control, it looked like Ghost Rider could be a being to finally take down the Hulk, and then decided it wasn't. Blah blah blah. Noob question: what does Ghost Rider's body look like? There you are. That's better. Look at all of these characters. Is he a skeleton underneath, or does he have a normal body? Ghost Rider in Marvel swimsuit. Wait a second. Is this SFW? Oh yeah, there is nothing here. Flickr. I think Flickr is not a site anymore. Alright, that's funny. It's a skeleton, but somehow magically fills out his clothing. Don't ask me why. It works like a hot air balloon. The air expands and puffs out his clothing. Alright, magic. Flaming skeleton. Okay. Well, good to know. Close this. Never shows his neck. Well, we can add a color then. Color, not color. Alright. Let's do it. Never shows his neck. Yeah, that's probably why. It would be why, right? So, oh, it's still you. Okay, never mind. It's got like a sweater. That's not cool enough. Has to be some sort of color. Maybe like this. Let's just add a few spikes. Probably good enough, right? Just look at the spikes, don't ask questions. You can make his neck dark or by fire in place. Oh, could be fire, yeah. Just add a bit more fire in there then. Get all fiery. Think YouTube thinks that I am sleeping,
Magari
yes.
siete appena lasciati.
Can make his neck dark. Okay, yeah, I've already read that. Doesn't make much sense the way I drew it, but whatever. Just leave it like that. It's just spikes, right? Look at all those spikes. There's a bit of a thing here. Space. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Alright, let's go back to this guy. Todoroki, Todoroki. Where are you? Yep. Alright, so he's got this flame thing. Which looks like it's not nearly... doesn't go as down as I made it go down. Yeah, it should go like over here. Then it goes down. It goes here. Makes more sense. And then about this level, he's got a belt. No, his size doesn't look as crazy. Okay, okay. He's slowly turning into a normal shaped human being. You know, buff, superhero-y, but nothing too extraordinary. For this image, at least. Okay, so he's got the belt, got this thing, belt buckle, and crouch. I guess he's got, you know, six-pack as well. And also it means that this arm is too big. I mean, yeah, realistically I should have just redrawn the entire thing from the start. I don't know why I'm wasting so much time drawing, like trying to repair a bad drawing. But at this point, I really should fix it. There you go. The hand is not too big. The shoulders are pretty broad, but we could like make them a bit less broad, just a tiny bit. Again, just to make him a bit more realistic looking. Just There you go. We'll move. Actually, this other hand is fine. As long as it ends there. Okay. You know what? I think Todoroki needs to be moved just slightly. Gonna grab him. Move him. Whoop. Ah. Right. Yeah. Seems better. Also, look at this. There's another belt. Where did it come from? I guess it was already there. Alright, never mind. There he is. He's got his legs. I think the rest of him is pretty okay. Nothing strange. Long legs. Knees. It's fine, yeah. Thorns are never bad. Yeah. Okay, this looks good, and there you go. This is like arm going in front of the other, and there you go. Some lighting. I don't know why Todoroki, of all of the characters, is taking so much time. I think I just didn't draw him correctly the first time around. That's the main thing. Right. Some of this fire will need to go. Actually, let's just redraw the fire. Because I've moved things around too much. Now we can just take this and add some fire without any problems. And it will be a better shade of whatever color as well. Alright. Then we go darker and more orange. go darker and more orange yet. Oh man, I'm starting to think I won't be able to finish this today. What time is it? 5:28. Okay. No, I won't be able to finish this today. Ah, man. I'll continue to work on this today, and probably I'll finish this tomorrow off stream. You know, the background, the characters are gonna be finished by the end of this stream, I think. But the background will have some work to be done to it. Not ideal, but whatever. Still pretty cool. So as for the thingy here, the beard, I think the beard needs a bit more definition, because otherwise it gets hard to see where it begins, where it ends, what this is even. So it will be a bit more clear, less less transparent. Same here with this, like, I don't know what to call it, crown or mask. I guess it is a mask. Really interesting design for a fire character. That's actually why I chose him, because he looks so weird and strange for this guy with fire powers that added him. That's the same logic that I used when I was drawing the Dragon's Poker game piece. I just went for as many different looking dragons as possible, different from each other. Same here. Tried to, I mean, that's not entirely true. Like, there are parallels. There's Moltres and Birdramon, which is just two phoenixes from two games, Digimon and Pokemon, respectively. There's Terrane from Witch, and there's Bloom from Winx. You know, two fairies, you could say. There's another parallel in Scorpion from Mortal Kombat and Dhalsim from Street Fighter. And just two huge monsters, a Balrog and the Nine-Tailed Fox. Although they're different, but you know, I wanted two things in the back. Actually, I wanted more, but I didn't want any dragons, so I was a bit limited on what creatures I could use and what monsters I could use. And yeah, with the characters, I tried to go for more well-known characters. I mean, obviously Escanor is an exception, but Escanor was put there just to fill a void, fill a space, because I was running out of ideas and I needed somebody to fit in there. I think I've since been given more well-known characters that use fire, like for example Dabura from Dragon Ball Z is a character that uses fire, but he's a minor character in a major franchise, so I think Dabura is more well-known than Escanor, because more people have watched Dragon Ball Z than have watched Dragon Ball Z to that extent, to where you see Dabura. Dabura is not in any sense of the word a major character, but you know, I think he is more interesting looking than this guy. But whatever. It's way too late to add Deborah. Alright, there you go. We've got this wire. I like it. That works fine. Okay. Now, I will continue at Todoroki a bit later. Let's figure out Escanor here. We've made his head smaller. Now let's connect it back to his neck. Let's see if we've made a horrible mistake. I don't think so, honestly. That is what he looks like, so there you go. Yep, I've put a lot more effort in this particular drawing than I think any other drawing that I've made of fan art, because the other pieces were made just for fun, and this one isn't being made with the intent of becoming a playmat. So this is the first one that was done in this way, and maybe the only one, because I can't see myself going through this again. Maybe later, maybe like in a few months or so. But in the meantime, I will when I will make artwork, I won't think about playmats necessarily. Maybe like other ways of printing it. Not playmats, because a playmat you see from up close, you see every little detail every single time you play. So it needs to be pretty well detailed and pretty accurate. It's spot on. It's kind of like a poster. The thing is that the poster you generally walk away from. So you see it once, twice, maybe you see it on the internet. See, before I did this piece, I decided to give myself some online fame as an artist by just creating funny images of fan art and putting them onto memes and stuff like that in Reddit threads. That works because tomorrow will you do another live finishing this art? I think I will, yes, I will. And I will start earlier. I'll start in the morning, so actually it will probably be in the middle of the night for you. But I think I will finish tomorrow evening, like around this time. It should be fine. It almost looks like I need another character here, but I'm not gonna add one more. That's more than enough. Todoroki, I'll move him back a bit, or forward a bit. The reason for this is that I want a bit more of the nine-tailed fox, which is another character that I haven't touched in who knows how long. Nine-tailed fox, I am going to grab you, move you a bit. Just want to show his body, right? You'll be able to see a bit more of his body. Me, I'm from Italy. Rome, Italy. Okay, so I think this should be slightly lower. All of this should be slightly lower. that's better. Yeah. Okay. Oh, by the way, I will check out the email that you sent me as soon as I finish this. Or, I mean, today, I mean. I can't... I'll tell you right now, I cannot guarantee you that no, we can work together, but I'll still have to look at it and see. Honestly, I wouldn't mind working on pixel art again. But I don't know. We'll see. See how it goes. There's going to be some highlight here. A little bit, right? Just a bit. Yeah, I'll try and stream every day for actually not too long, but until maybe the 23rd. And then I'll take a couple days off for Christmas. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. It's too big, I think. Plus or minus 2 hours difference. Where are you from? What? The time zone is GMT +1. So I will start tomorrow at GMT 7:30, which is AM. My time it's 8:30. I'll try to do 4 hours. Then I'll be back later. I think I'll continue streaming on 2 platforms for at least a while. We'll see, we'll see. Then, okay. So... Whoa. What's up with this? Oh, okay. There's some garbage in the way. Yeah, these two guys are definitely the ones that for some reason don't look that great. See, this half of the image is already pretty much finished. I mean, I could obviously add more details, but I'm not gonna do this forever. So here, yeah, I like Dalsim, I like definitely Natsu. This guy could use some work. For the most part, yeah, like Vercingetorix looking fine, the Balrog is looking fine. On this half, yeah, these two aren't that great. Maybe the Flame Princess could use a bit more work, and definitely the Nine-Tailed Fox. We could work on the Nine-Tailed Fox for a few minutes. Now, yeah. First of all, let's Google Nine-Tailed Fox Spirit, I guess. Naruto. There you go. Looks more like a evil rabbit to say. At least the head. It's got these long ears. There it is. See? As for the tails themselves, how can I draw them? I think just gonna draw them regularly, right? They're gonna be furry tails, yeah. Nothing spectacular. Yeah, that will make them look like they are way more detailed than they are. If I do like this, for example. Look at these furry tails. Look how well drawn they are, even though just doing this. And I'm so in love with this program. This is called what's it called? Paint Tool Sci. And it doesn't have a lot of tools, but the ones that it has are so good for painting specifically. This blending option that it has. I mean, maybe Photoshop has caught up to him, but I tried Photoshop recently and it felt a lot worse. I think the next drawing I'll do it on Photoshop though, because I've got some ideas, got some other things to learn. Pretty decent. Okay. Tiny bit. And it's such a joy. Look at this. So easy. All right. I think I'm gonna get rid of these tails actually. I'm just going to delete all of this. This was literally drawn on the first day of me working on this piece. And yeah, good. Yeah, that looks already better. One thing that I don't like here is that the Fire Blast's fist creates sort of a tangent, not really a tangent, but it creates this shape. So I think I'm gonna move Fire Blast, or maybe I'll move the tail. Probably better if I move the tail. Fire Blast looks fine where he is. I'm gonna move tails. Probably just lower down. Yeah. And I mean, obviously things will move together with them. Let's get rid of the aura layer for the time being. I'm just gonna draw tails and then I'll redraw the aura layer at the back. See if there are any more messages. The head of Genos seems a little bit big too. Really? Well, it doesn't look good, but I don't think it looks big. Let me flip this. I think it looks fine. The reason why it might look big is because he is going towards us. So like his, you know, he's not flat with us, but he's, you know, going towards us. He's, what's the right word? Foreshortened. There. Yeah, I think this will look pretty cool with all the fox hair. And have another tail here, probably like there. I mean, maybe you're right. Regardless, I've been drawing this for a long time, so maybe I don't see the mistakes anymore. But I don't think it looks big necessarily. What the hell is this? Up. Back. One thing that will need to be done with Escanor, even though, you know, I changed the head size, is a color correction. Because he looks like he doesn't belong in the same image. Just looks grayish and purplish a bit. So that will be something to fix. After I finish the stream, I will just go to Photoshop and color correct everything. Once in a while I do that. You could consider it cheating, but who cares? I'm not a purist. Interesting. It doesn't say in YouTube how long I've been streaming. It only says it on Twitch. Okay, I can see. What program do you use? I use Paint Tool Sai. At least at this very moment I'm using Paint Tool Sai. I also have drawn on Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint, but for these paintings, I prefer Paint Tool side. It's also very compatible with Photoshop, so that's something I do often. I like paint here, then export it to Photoshop and like edit some things there, and then import it back here, and you don't lose any quality. I think this is gonna be in the background, so this is one of the tails that's further back, and we'll push this forward. We'll make it like go here, because I already see how all three were going into the same place, which I guess it makes sense, but I don't want them converging on the mouth. It's a weird little, not perspective trick, but what's it called? Compositional thing that I'd rather not have. It's kind of like when people say avoid tangents, right? Sure, avoid tangents, but there are other things you need to avoid when thinking about composition. Parallel lines in nature, for example. You cannot do two parallel branches, simply because your eye perceives it as something mechanical, something fake, you know, not natural. Because in nature, it doesn't really have parallel things, parallel elements. Same with perpendicular. For perspective, I use Pisco. I use Illus Studio to make drawings like this. I don't know Illus Studio. I've never heard of it. I'll check it out. Right, so this is the actual fox. I guess I'll just paint on this layer. I probably should combine these two. Yeah, let's combine these two layers. Makes no sense leaving them separate. So there's going to be some drop shadow here. Pretty cool stuff. How is Pisco? So for pixel art, I generally use Ace Sprite. And by generally, I mean always. I used to use a program called Graphics Scale, but that's outdated, completely obsolete at this point. Ace Sprite I really like, especially when I have all of my keybinds set up, because it really speeds things up a lot. Animation, you can just W for next frame, you know, S for select, D for deselect, right click to pick the color, left click to draw. So many quick. No, you save 1 second 50,000 times. You save 50,000 seconds. I don't know how many hours that is. Every time, instead of going edit, deselect, you press D, you save a second or something. It really adds up. Just too light. Alright, I've been at it for 4 hours, I think. I think I'm gonna call it for today. I'll continue working tomorrow. I'll start in the morning where at least I don't have the sun in my face. The sun is back there, behind the walls, so it doesn't actually do anything to me here. There you go. We'll have like something. Something like this. Guess it will be decided tomorrow. But anyway. If the butt is there, front paw is here, now the front paw is gonna be probably here. Maybe like we see a tiny bit of it somewhere. And I'd like to see some muscles here, like a muscle there. I want to see a bit more of this beast. Yeah. It's possible to make it like, visible here in the background. Yes, I will end the live. A Sprite seems to be a good program even. Yeah. I really like it. Again, it's just like Photoshop, but simplified a great deal and just made specifically for pixel art. How many tails do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess 6, 7. You don't have to see all 9. I mean, it would be cool to see all 9. Well, at least we can hint at 9. This one goes here. Before closing, can you give me some tips on how to improve the characters I sent by email? Okay, sure. Let me just check the email then. Alright, let's look at this. Okay, so you've got a classic problem with something that's called pillow shading, which means that you don't have a specific direction for lighting. You have let me show it. Yeah, here, like this snake. Lighting, the lightest part is here, and then it gets darker and darker and darker and darker. And if we assume that the light is coming directly to this thing, then it looks like a ball, like it goes inside. It's hard to explain, but basically it's unclear where the lighting comes from. It should be from the top, right? Straight from the top, because it's a 2D fighter, and the lighting cannot change if you move the, if you swap the direction of each character. The lighting cannot change from left to right, so it has to be from the top always, or from the bottom, I guess, if you want. And it doesn't look that way, so this belly has to be dark, right? And this should be lighter. Vertical sections are going to be darker, Same, look at this. The lighting, it just doesn't come from anywhere. It comes from the front, sort of, but not even consistently. For example, if you pick this golem and you want to light it from the front, this part could look fine, and you sort of made this part look darker, but it's turning away from us, so it's turning away from the light, if the light is coming from us, right? And this should be all darker. Look at this. This looks like an Egyptian hieroglyph where everything is, you know, straightforward. Except, you know, in the Egyptian hieroglyphs, they have the head in profile. Yeah, this is not how you shade. This is the main problem. Aside from shading, like if you fix the shading, the outlines are actually fine. I mean, maybe that's still to be seen for a fighting game, if it will look good or not. But shading is by far the biggest problem. Another thing, I don't know if you have a palette. Pixel art games look a lot better if they use a cohesive palette, because you are limiting the amount of colors you use, right? By using pixel art, inherently you are getting rid of a lot of different in-between colors. So the way to make it look cohesive and make it look like it's a retro game, like for real, and not just pixel art in a modern software, modern environment, is to limit the colors you use to a specific palette. Pick 32 colors or 48 colors, however many you need. You can probably get away with 32 with this size of characters and all of that. On a more practical note, this guy is impossible to animate. I mean, look at all of the detail work. This is crazy. Imagine redrawing this guy dozens and dozens of times every time. Every single animation. That's very ineffective. Obviously, this is probably the easiest character to animate. But no, the others don't have too many details. I mean, this is a bit strange, a bit ridiculous too. But considering, I mean, look at all of these eyeballs. How many eyeballs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 20. Every single frame you'll have to redraw 20 eyeballs, and they need to be in the right place. Right? If you add a detail to a character, like a belt, you need to draw that belt every single frame. So in 50 frames of animations for a single character, you'll have to draw 50 belts. You'll have to draw, for 50 frames of this guy, 1,000 eyes if there's 20. No, that's not true. 100. No, 1,000. Wait, am I dumb? 50 frames, 20. Yeah, 1,000. Anyway, that's it. Sorry, I may have been a bit too rough on you there. Okay, yeah. Never mind. We're all learning. Alright then, that's enough for me. This is the end of the stream. Let's take a look at what we have at this point. Let's save this, by the way. Save. And let's look at how it was before I started. I mean, I think I did a good job. Like, there's enough improvements for a day. Almost finished. Like, almost. I think there's tomorrow will be the last one. I got rid of the lightning, but it is here. The reason why I got rid of it is because I'm gonna redraw it and draw lightning all over the place here. It's looking pretty good. Almost finished. Finally. And then it will be a baller playmat. Yeah, Escanor definitely looks better with a smaller head. Todoroki also looks better with a smaller torso. Zuko is almost finished. Heatman looks better. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. Bye, everybody.